right into and what I want to do is first say what a great thing it was to see last night how Donna got arrested, the great efforts by the state attorney's office, the aggressive right into and I want to first say what a great
It's fixed now. The reason why there's it's because in order for you guys to hear Carl, my mic on my end has to be unmuted. So so now it's fixed.
and they're going to be running free in the country. They're not going to be able to be detained even without some kind of a agreement like that. And so when I worked at the State Department on Guantanamo detainee transfers, I actually worked for the Office of War Crimes issues there, and we had these folks that are in Guantanamo being released through judicial order and other types of reviews done by the Pentagon. And we had folks that didn't want to take them, so we had a forum shop and actually entice people with hundreds of thousands of dollars to take some of these folks that had been to terrorist camps and things of that nature. So, as it turns out, it's sort of the same kind of thing if you're in Vietnam and trying to get people back. It is possible, but you have to work a lot of diplomatic ties and channels, and like I say, some other inducements like that to get them. In fact, I saw on some news site that I Googled on Vietnam extraditions. The United States has regularly been arresting, American citizens over there. So I think it's not even a great place for Charlie to have probably picked for his mom and dad to go. So he probably just looked at who has an extradition treaty and who doesn't. And then he's been over there at Vietnam. I think there were some videos that were posted about that. And so he probably scoped it out before he got arrested as places to go and be an abstention of, of of justice and abscond from jurisdictions of the United States. So obviously this slick move here to intercept them was perfectly done. It almost reminds me of the great job they did on the bump to nab Donna. And just think about the fact that she was going to leave it all behind. She was going to leave her grandkids behind. She was leaving Donna behind, their condo behind. Remember, I said on previous channels, within 6 months, I said they're not going to be living in their condo anymore. I didn't think it was because they're going to flee the country. I know some of you made comments that they would flee the country. I did not think they would do that. I mean, they're getting up there in age, and to start over in another country and whatnot is pretty profound act to do. But and I think they also were banking on Roshbaum to be able to get Charlie acquitted or at least a hung jury. So they had another day to be able to try to live as if they have a normal life. But once Charlie's convicted, everything was game over. And I would say that, excuse me, I got turn my ringer off here. Sorry about that. And their whole life, as they knew it, was over at that point. I mean, they're going to leave behind everything they've worked for. Their 1.6 or $7 million condo was going to be left behind. They probably would have been able to, sell it through other parties and whatnot. But they were basically on the run. Imagine an 80-year-old and a 73-year-old on the run in a foreign country they probably never visited before. Now, Vietnam is actually not such a third world type country as a lot of people might imagine it to be. I know John has been there a number of times as a overseas international pilot, and he says it's a really cheap place to live. They have a lot of modern conveniences there, and it's a great place to visit. And even there's a lot of expats there. So from that regard, it wasn't going to be like a hardship kind of place they were going to go. It wasn't like they're going to someplace like Pakistan or some rough parts of India or something like that. So in any event, to think that that was what they had to resort to with now they have Charlie behind bars. They're leaving everything they worked for behind. Charlie won't have anything he worked for behind. He's never going to be able to enjoy it. They try to set up some trust and whatnot for their kids. Think about the poor boys. What are they going through now? Charlie's been gone for the last year and a half, obviously been told lies about him in a way just to protect him and make him look like he's innocent. Think about the lies they're telling about Dan Markel, their dad. And then you got grandma now being arrested. And think of how much we heard on the wiretaps. It seemed like Donna was really the one raising the boys. So it's just a tragedy in so many levels for these boys to go through. And all the people that are how should I say, all the people that are they're adults that are there to guide and mentor and train up in how to be young men. Look at how things have crumbled all around them now. So it's quite disturbing, and it just goes to show this kind of murder plot was just so disastrous, evil, and wicked, and brought out so many misery to so many people, especially the young kids. So that's what's really troubling. And I think that Donna was probably the biggest one. I said it last night on Survivor. Donna was probably the biggest one to be leading a push if there was going to be some kind of murder suicide. And sure enough, what do we see today on the probable cause affidavit for her arrest? That she had sort of a plan already in place. They were going to flee to another country or possibly commit suicide, depending what the mindset was for the moment when she was in the panic mode. So yeah, those boys were probably in worse danger then, but they probably still are in some danger with Wendy because Wendy doesn't hold up to pressure well either. And now think about it. You got Harvey. How's he able to really support her and advise her and try to give her encouragement for her likely impending arrest as well in the coming weeks or months? So there's a lot of implosion now that's happening around them, and they're basically going to be looking at possibly cannibalizing themselves. And if you stop to think that Donna has not talked to Charlie face to face in the last year and a half, and now she's going to be in the same cell as him, and she probably won't get to talk to him. I don't know if she'll see him from a distance, but they won't allow them to talk at all. They'll have separation orders in place so the jailers know that they should not have any contact with each other of any kind, to include passing notes and that kind of thing. So to be that close to your son up there, now a convicted murderer awaiting to be sentenced to life without parole, and then you're in the same jail cell as him, all because what? You just hated Tallahassee so bad. She hated it so bad to drive 7.5 hours every 3-4 weeks to go visit Wendy and the boys after they were divorced. And then all the fights they did on legal grounds to try to get the kids moved to South Florida. Just think of how this has ricocheted and boomeranged against them, and all their elitist mentality that they could get over on anybody. They had connections. They had connections to whether it be a high-powered judge there in Broward County, and whether it's connections through other legal channels, through political channels as well. They thought they were untouchable and that no one would ever come after them with anything that's able to stick. And now look at the evidence they presented against Donna in the trial. And I've said this all during the trial many times, that I just cannot imagine why Donna is not sitting there at the defense table, as well as Wendy. And I'd want to bring in a couple more days of evidence on Wendy. So it's just really I mean, it's a great effort to have at least one of those convicted, and it's going to be a slam dunk win against her as well. And there's no defense for her. There's no way you can talk your way out of things like Charlie did, try to, with regard to her saying it's about us on the first call she made to Charlie after the bump happened, and the way she set up the TV code and all that kind of stuff, set up the Geek Squad appointment, the way she paid money, the way she drove by Charlie's house that night to pay some extra money that was wet and moldy, that had most likely gotten that way from when she had washed it 5 or 6 weeks before, when the murder was supposed to happen the first time on the around the 4th to the 6th of June. And as we know, the hitmen couldn't accomplish it at that point, so they had to regroup and try a better effort the second time. And they needed more detailed info from who. Where would they gotten that intel from? So obviously it came from Wendy, and they knew that Dan Markel was flying out the next day. So all these things really just show, as I've said, a master plan of the family's involvement, including Harvey. Harvey has been on this from the get go as well. They didn't surprise Harvey. They tried to keep him out of the initial reports of the bump because they knew he had some medical ailments where they didn't want to get him fired up and upset and incite more pain and anguish to him besides his some failing issues he has for his body. So now he's 8 years old. He's never gonna show his wife again, and you just think, why would you throw your life away like that, right? So so disturbing on so many levels. And I'm not celebrating. I know some people are celebrating. I'm more or less sort of in the, thank God this has finally happened, that justice is happening for the Markels. And you just be aggressive and do the right things, and good things will happen. Justice will happen. I have confidence that this case has no ability to get an acquittal. There's no chance of a hung jury. There's no chance they're going to feel sorry for Donna in her age. If you notice, she only weighs 112 pounds. I mean, she's nothing but skin and bones right now, almost like she's in a prisoner of war camp or something. And she looks awful. You saw how she looked in that photo. It's really just a plight of human misery that was self-inflicted. And so, on that sense, you don't really have much pity and sympathy for anybody that could be so cruel to kill your grandson's father. And so, she's getting her just punishment right now. I think one of the most significant punishments she could be facing is, no doubt, she's on all kinds of psych meds. And I can tell you, I've seen what happens to people when they get off of psych meds without a very slow taper. So whether it's benzos or gabapentin or any of these other kind of SSRIs or antipsychotic type meds and stuff like that, you go cold turkey on that, and it can give people even seizures. It really messes with your mind. So I think her mental anguish is probably more or less from any drugs that she's having to go cold turkey on. And prisons don't and jails don't understand the cold turkey aspects of getting off these psych meds. So I think the mental anguish she's getting from probably the withdrawal effects is just over the top, worse than anything she's experiencing in jail there. And with the indictment likely happening tomorrow, I think they would have shared the indictment with the magistrate down there in the jail if there was an actual indictment already. So because it's scheduled for tomorrow, it's been released in the public domain that the grand jury's meeting tomorrow. So with that happening, I expect her to be indicted tomorrow, and then they'll present that as a way to continue on to bring her up north, and then she can face those charges up there in Tallahassee. So it's quite a great moment, like I say, for justice for the Markels. We're not all the way there yet, though. It's not a open and shut case with the rest of them yet, because we have at least one more arrest to make it where we really get the ones that there's strong evidence on. And I will say that the initial list I have of indicators for Wendy's involvement, that was done pretty quick by me, and John helped do the slides and whatnot. And that one was significantly improved when I went on Survivor. I actually started from scratch and did even a more detailed review and analysis on the issues that I found that indicated involvement by Wendy. And so that one is, I have a list there. You guys haven't seen the written list of it, but I read up to the 92nd I think we went through 92 on the different series I had with Surviving the Survivor and Joel's channel. So those are actually have some additional numbers I can put in there as well as indicators besides those ones as well. And keep in mind the other lies Wendy told in this third murder trial, where she told numerous lies so bad that they actually called rebuttal witnesses to talk about her cheating on Jeff Lacasse, her the book, the fact that the book was she lied about the book, and also the fact that she had given unfettered access to the kids for the entire 9 years that the murder happened, and the Markels had no issues whatsoever anytime they wanted to see the kids. So those are such blatant, bold-faced lies, actual perjury charges. So I think that it would be pretty wise and a smart move to have the prosecutors charge not only the same charges they have for what Charlie had and Katie, but also to have those same charges for Wendy as well as the 3 times for perjury. And what it does is actually allow you to get that evidence in the door. And you're not worried if you got murder 1, you're going to get a life without parole. You're not worried about the conviction of that, but just to show how her story keeps evolving and changing. And you can't believe a word she says, and that shows this consciousness of guilt that the jury is really going to pick up on. So, in any event, they didn't get rolled up as 3 co-defendants in this last trial, but at least they got the one down. They got Donna now. And I think that they are making steps. I trust they're making steps. I don't have any personal knowledge, but I trust they're making steps to go after Wendy as well. And I believe that'll happen once they have Donna convicted. And one of the things I'm thinking about is, Donna is so frail. I don't even know if she could wait 1.5 years to make it to trial. I think her medical complications will probably spike so bad with how much she has of mental anguish. And think about it, your body can react physically to mental anguish and cause the demise of your physical body and mind. That it's going to be so many different compounding things going on. So I think that I don't even know if she could make it 1.5 years to trial. Just like I've said, I don't know how much longer Charlie will last once he goes to prison. I think something really drastic will happen to him within the next year once he gets sentenced. So a lot of stuff to think about. And I am also going to source reference that list on Wendy and have a more professional presentation than before. I think it's worthwhile. And I think the brilliant way that the state attorneys has presented their digital evidence and all that kind of, whether it be voice from the wiretaps or the Dolce Vita and stuff like that, I think that was such an awesome job. I've never seen so great as that. And so I really want the prosecution to do well, and that's why I'm here. I want justice to happen for the Markels. And if you stop to think about where we were at just a little over 1 year ago, it looked like there was no justice that was ever going to happen. They were had a couple trials just for the Hitman team and the middle person Katie, and it looked like nothing's going to happen to the Adelsons, that they're going to skate free. And now you have Donna wanting to die. It's gotten so bad for her. And Charlie, I mean, he looked like he was this, he didn't have much to live for himself. And all this was done for what? I mean, they thought they could just get away with murdering Dan Markel. And so it's just a tragedy on so many levels, and it didn't have to happen. So one other comment I want to make is that I thought it was very, very unusual that the information about Donna's arrest came from Tim Jansen. And it's something, if you stop to think about, defense attorneys don't get tips from law enforcement. Okay. The information that she was having a warrant for her arrest was all processed within a few hours. And within a few hours, the defense counsel knows about it. So how would the defense counsel know about that? So it's not coming from the state attorney's office. When I've talked to Tim on the Survivor channel, he admitted that it wasn't coming from the state attorney's office where he's getting this leaking information. And so if it's not from the state attorney's office, the only other option is law enforcement. So that would be the detectives or investigators and sergeants and whatnot that are part of the Tallahassee Police Department, or else the FBI agents. And you know what? Can you imagine them? What if they got caught doing that? How bad that would look? They're not going to jeopardize their case. They're not into sensationalizing this for the media. And so where else would that information come? And it doesn't take very much to think about where it would have come from. Guess who talked to Daniel Rashbaum for 2 hours in his office? So guess who has a connection with him? Guess who also has the ability to know that Donna was arrested right away? It was Harvey. Harvey wasn't arrested. So guess who he called? I'm sure he called his attorney first right away. Was it his old attorney, Daniel Rashbaum, who then called Tim? Is that how they found out? That's surely a very reliable source, I would say, enough to alert people like survivors. So I think that it could also have been Wendy alerting John Lauro, and then John Lauro notifying Tim. So I just think it's very, very, very strange that Tim would not wait for this to come out from the state attorney's office. Why wouldn't Tim just let state attorney's office get credit for this? It helped the ratings for Survivor, which is a good thing. But how's that doing right by the state attorney's office here if we're after justice for the Markels? I just wish that would have not been done that way. I wish state attorney's office would have announced it. They could announce it that night. I mean, this came out like just, let's see, if she arrested at 8 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock our time. So within an hour of her being arrested, we found out about it. So if you follow the flow of information on how that would work, I think it just shows that where the leak is coming from. So if you think back to where all these leaks are coming from Tim, it seems like it's the defense talking points that are coming out. Think about what he said about Meg Banwa, that it's a nothing burger. She's got nothing credible that the prosecution could ever use. And then look what happened. They used her. Does that sound like something that came from someone on the law enforcement side? No. It sounds like something a defense attorney would want to say and get their message out. So how many other things has Tim said that he's been wrong on, that he thinks he's getting inside information, but it turns out to be something that defense attorneys totally got wrong? It's more like a defense talking point. So I just say that because I'm been really frustrated that I have been countering these leaks and whatnot as being like the honest to God truth that's coming out of reliable government sources, but they're not reliable government sources. I submit that to you. There's no way it is, because there's been so many things that have been said that are wrong. And if you think about it, they're always helping the defense. So I don't see Tim talking about the injustices done to Markels ever. He'll go close to talking about how Wendy, may have some things that she's done wrong, may have the light on in the 3 trials and whatnot, but it really stops short of going into saying, you know what, she's guilty, she needs to be convicted, or we just don't have enough evidence. But if you stop to think about how he's lately getting all these videos in and talking to different news channels saying how there's not enough evidence against Wendy. I mean, I was on Court TV with him the other night, and we were done with talking about Wendy, and he wasn't asked about Wendy, so he blurted that out when we're on a different topic of Donna. And it was just so obvious to me that he's really trying hard and sticking his neck out to save to save Wendy for some reason. And then I think back to when he said he was mesmerized when he actually saw Wendy in the courtroom, in the hallways of the courtroom. He thought she was that good looking. She was mesmerizing to him. So who makes that kind of comment about somebody that was likely involved in a murder? It doesn't seem to add up. And so anyway, I just feel compelled to speak truth to that and tell you what I feel based on my instincts and what's really going on. And I've kept that information close to my vest here. But I've been getting a lot of comments from people telling me, "Hey, what's going on? What's going on? It seems like Tim is trying to help Lauro. Where's he getting his source of information?" So I was actually going to say that. In the last couple nights, I wasn't able to videotape. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come on Sunday. Some other stuff happened that prevented me. But the thing is, I then found out today that Tim was talking about some guy that's been on Survivor, talking about list of indicators against Wendy, and it's all emotions based. It's not evidence based. And I'm like, wow, this is like he's really trying hard to backtrack on that list. And I ask you to look at the list of stuff he talked about from the first time on indicator number 1 all the way up through 92. He was there, I think, for every single one of them. And you know what? he was agreeing a lot of those were strong indicators then. And you know what he's saying now? You know what he's saying now on all the shows? He's saying now there's no evidence against her that's has any credibility. So which one do you want to believe? The one back then or the one now? I mean, I made a point that this whole issue with Dan Markel raising the motion, going after the bar license for Wendy, I mean, that was like a huge dagger and a huge motive to help usher up this hit job on him. And she also was going to lose her job at the law school. I talked to a leader at the law school there that admitted that would have happened. If Dan wanted her fired, she's only there because of Dan. She would have never gotten hired there if it wasn't for Dan. It was the couple's courtesy kind of thing. They were a joint package. So when you look at all this, and then Dan saying it's just emotional based indicators, I'm just really disappointed. I just wish I didn't have to say this, but I just can't stomach this anymore, and I need to have that be spoken. So I know you're going to see this, Tim. So why don't you just tell us who your leaker is? If it's really not these defense counsel, then tell us who it is, because that looks unprofessional for the law enforcement. And I'm not going to tolerate that being said out there in the public domain and no one defending them. Law enforcement and state attorneys isn't going to say anything about him. I've never seen a single person on the shows that Tim's been on challenging him. And where are you getting your insider info? And why are you wrong so much of the time? So anyway, I just wanted to say that. So I know a lot of you guys liked him. He's a great guy to listen to a lot of the times. But if you listen to what he's saying and how he's involving his testimony, he did say the first time I brought it up, I think it was like on the 5th or 6th slide, that Wendy was looking at the threat of losing her bar license. I didn't say she would have, but I said in her mind that was a fearful threat. And anytime something like that's made against an attorney, those are fighting words, and that is like sends terror down to that attorney that's the target of that accusation, and especially if it's a professor that somebody holds strings over your job like Dan did. So, and then when you think about the fact that she could have gotten fired, and then the motion's already denied when this happened, she couldn't relocate. So she'd have been stuck in Tallahassee with a bad reputation as a lawyer, couldn't practice law there anymore, would have been fired. She probably still could have practiced law. I'm not saying she would have. Not been licensed, taking her license away, but maybe she would have had some kind of public sanctions or something like that. So a lot of bad stuff was about to happen, I think, in at least an anticipation of fearful things to happen with the state bar. And then I think as well, even if her bar license was not to be disturbed, I think the issue of her being fired from the law school was a huge issue. And Dan raised that in the motion in March, 4 months before he died, that she had she was her behavior in this divorce proceedings brought into question whether she was fit to be mentoring and teaching other students. So I thought that was really key. That was not raised by the prosecution. I would have really struck home on that in my arguments, but they had overwhelming evidence enough. But that's something I would have liked to bring up to show motive for Wendy. But obviously Wendy wasn't on trial there. So I think when you combine the fact that Donna was tired of driving up there, she was sick of hearing about all this stuff that Dan was doing, which was, like I say, was pretty much made up to make it look like Dan was being a bad husband and whatnot, when he really wasn't. And then Donna had this connections to Charlie and was pushing Charlie down there to make something happen to save Wendy from all what she was going to be facing up there. So the urgent thing was needed to take care of Dan, because that's the only way everything that they wanted to have happen would happen. Otherwise, the motion would have been denied. She could face contempt of court. She was accused of hiding heirlooms on her affidavit of marital assets and whatnot. So regardless of how that would have shaken out, we know it definitely was something to strike fear and a struck urgency to get this plan off the ground and make it happen. So that's what I have to say about this here. I may talk some more about what I've said about issues about the leaks, but in any event, thank you, JP. Let me just go through here, look for some questions. If you have a question, put a capital Q through there, please. Yeah, Dr. Cancel. Yeah, that is a very nice condo. I mean, it's so beautiful. They're on like the 16th floor. It overlooks all this beautiful water and whatnot. So it's the boys have lived up there too a lot of the time, because Wendy lives down the road in like I think a 4-story type condo. And so I think it might even be walking distance there on South Beach. So yeah, I mean the boys now have, just Harvey tried to flee the country. What's he going to do now? And like I said, there's going to be prison extortion threats coming against him. And wow, it's just a lot of things have rapidly changed here, haven't they? Um, okay, Katrina says, yeah, okay, I like Tim's analysis. Okay, I don't know which analysis you're talking about. I know that Ryan Fitzpatrick said on Survivor Night that he appreciated all Tim's consistent advice, and I'm like, consistent? I mean, it's changed so much of the time. On one hand, he says, yeah, the first time he said she was looking at losing her license and her job, and the next time I talked about the next indicators, he completely walked that back and said, no, none of that would have happened. So what happened between those two times? If you don't believe me, go back and look at the video. Oh, hey, nurturing. Thank you. Yeah, I hope my Wi-Fi is still working good. Thank you. We're doing the best we can, guys. I live out in the country, and I've tried. I just turned my Starlink back in because it's wasn't working. One day it worked great, and the next day it doesn't work well. Yeah, thank you for saying, Nor'easter JP. I'm not going to be 100% correct on any particular thing all the time, but I'm just telling you my honest to God truth that as I see it based on all the trials I've had. Um, and like I say, I wouldn't be talking about this stuff if I didn't know that could be done. I'm not going to go out there on a limb, just talk some nonsense and be talking smack about stuff that can't be backed up with a jury in a court of law. So, yeah, thanks, Private Eye Posse. Yeah, Tim thinks that Wendy won't be indicted. Yeah, well, he said the same kind of thing about Donna, right? He wasn't optimistic Donna would be pursued. He also said that there's a 50-50 chance that Charlie would have a hung jury. So he's actually a guy there on the ground that knows these people in Leon County. So how do you shake that out? I've never met somebody from Leon County before I went there for the closing arguments. So like I say, I'm just basing it on what I see as common sense, the American people, and they can see through a lot of the smoke and mirrors and tricks and stunts that defense counsel can pull, trying to pull the wool over their eyes. So they got it, and there was no doubt in my mind. And there's no doubt in my mind that you go after these other two, and they're going to go down as well. And there's going to be a feeding frenzy. They're going to have a circular firing motion. They're going to be cannibalizing themselves. Um, so yeah, and one of the things I do is I try to talk to everybody with dignity and respect. So a lot of stuff I may personally agree with that people are commenting, but if it has sort of like name calling stuff like that, I'm not going to like that. I'm just letting you know from my personal standpoint. I'm trying to keep it above board and act like I'm a government prosecutor. So I'm taking everything through the eyes of a prosecution, how I would go after this case, and so that's me. And so I'm not deleting your comments like that, but I'm just saying, if you wonder why I'm not, they may be otherwise good comments or whatever. But if if there is some stuff in there that I don't feel comfortable about liking or doing that little hard thing, that could be why. Lawyers can have different opinions and still be smart. Yeah, I would say look at consistency. So if you want to know what the ground truth is and how reliable somebody is, look at how they've been consistent over time and what they say, and do they own up to it. So if I'm not being, I've been consistent all along on what I thought the likelihood of different things should be. Like I say, should be, and sure enough, Charlie was convicted and Donna was now arrested. So they just got to go after the truth. The truth is going to exonerate their actions. The truth is going to defend the state attorney's office. And I commend them for having the courage to go after Donna and the speed at which they did when they knew she was fleeing the country. So you think that would have happened under Meg's watch? No, that wouldn't happen under Meg's watch at all. In fact, they'd be walking the street still. So great job by the state attorney's office. And I believe, and I will not I will not give up my beliefs. They will go after Wendy as well. Doesn't matter what people say on YouTube or any of these shows. The bottom line is the truth. Oh, do we got some sound issues or is that old? I guess I'm sorry. I'm way behind. There's a whole many comments. Sorry. All right. So let's see here. Still no sound. Okay, it's fixed audio. Well, I hope we're sound is in and out. I apologize for that, guys. Thanks, Ben, for keeping this thing afloat if it is. Yeah, I think whatever us what us folks are saying on these podcasts, stuff like that, the jury isn't good. The jury that actually gets seated, we're not affecting the jury at all. Really, the people it's affecting is probably more or less the prosecution. And so I think that these things are not going to affect jurors whatsoever, because if they did affect them and whatnot, they wouldn't be selected for the jury if they're being honest. So you're going to get a fair jury, no matter how many channels there are, no matter how many international uh, coverage there is on these Adelsons. Carla says that will phone calls she makes to Harvey maintain privilege due to spousal protection, or is that also limited? I ask as if they are, that is how she will continue to exert control. No, every phone call, unless you're talking to an attorney, is going to be monitored. So that spousal protection is what is a court rule of for courts and not for the jail cells. Excuse me, I got to switch mic here. Yeah, I agree with you, JP. There's no good reason to murder somebody. It's never worth it. Especially if you're murdering a parent. I mean, that's just so heartless. Yeah, patriotic. Yeah, the name Vietnam will forever be linked to Charlie Adelson. Yeah, I think anytime. Oh, you're saying something else about his vacations involving the molestation. Yeah, wow, that's some sick stuff. I don't even want to go down that road. Sonny Tanner, hey, I think 11 is way short. I remember looking it up a couple months ago. I think there's like 56 prisons in Florida. I remember I was shocked. So Debbie, let's talk about Wendy's arrest in the coming weeks. So I think they're just trying to get Donna taken care of right now. But I think I hope they're working on building and perfecting a case. I don't have any insider scoop on that, but I just think the way they argued, the way Georgia was hitting on Wendy so much, I think that her saying that Jeff Lacoste was framed, that was a huge indicator, I thought, that they have Wendy in their crosshairs, and they may want to see how it shakes out. They might want to see if somebody flips and rolls, which I think if Donna dies before Charlie does, I think there's a good chance Charlie, it's all bets off at that point. He's not going to stay the rest of his life in prison for his sister. They didn't even, she didn't even look at him in court. And she's the one that threw him under the bus there, talking about his so-called joke about the hiring a hitman versus the TV. Yeah, Marcus, I agree. I hope there's no more violence here with the kids and whatnot. So the next one to be arrested, definitely Wendy. There's a lot more evidence against her than there is for Harvey. So I would say that Wendy's definitely, there's so much circumstantial evidence there indicating her involvement that it's just too much to let go. And all you have to do is prove one of the indicators. Just one of the indicators is enough to get a conviction on something like this, especially the more you show the family dynamics. So that's why I thought it would be really good if you rolled up Harvey and Donna and Wendy all in one trial and they all had to defend themselves. The carryover effect to all three and the fact they're all family members, the guilt of one is going to bleed over to the others and whatnot. It just really lowers the bar, especially when you show all that hatred and whatnot. Yeah, Donna won't have to make that 7.5 hour drive anymore. Yeah, case to remember. That's isn't that something, just to avoid that 7.5 hour drive? Unbelievable. Yeah, thanks, Kai Ocean. Yeah, the arrest warrant said there's supposed to be no contact with co-conspirators. So yeah, she's not going to be talking to any of those that are in confinement. Now, keep in mind, she could still talk to Harvey, and she could still talk to Wendy, because even the Wendy is a unindicted co-conspirator. They did not block her and Charlie from talking. But yeah, wow. And you think she's not going to be able to see any of those folks? Yeah, I think Maya, that's very true. I think the boys are teenagers and the classmates will be brutal. Did your uncle and grandma kill your dad? I mean, kids can be so cruel. I know I faced that as a kid, and at times I was sometimes being a bully too when I was going through some tough times in life. So normally that's just a fact of what we all have to go through, different bullies and stuff like that. So yeah, that's going to be something else. I just can't imagine that. Okay, Patty Ann says, Carl, any guesses of what Donna's offense will be? Is there a gang that distorts people to move to Vietnam? Um, yeah, so I think you mean extorts people. So I suppose it distorts, but you know, her defense, it doesn't matter what she comes up with, because I didn't want to give a defense for Charlie and have them use that, because there was no valid defense. There was no credible defense. And even if there was, I wouldn't have wanted to say that, because I don't want to give them any ideas. But again, for Donna, I mean, her own words will convict her, just like they do for Charlie. You don't have as many words, but you have some really powerful, powerful things that she said that will bring her down. And so, like I say, will they even get to a trial? It remains to be seen. And this extortion thing that Charlie said he told his mom about, that, yeah, right. So that was just a figment of his imagination, and that was a way he was trying to blend his story in with all this in damn everything that was damning. No, it wasn't damning. It's just a complete flip on its head that belies any common sense. It was just so ridiculous. So we got here. Let's see. Yeah, men and women aren't housed close to each other. Yeah, they're going to keep them far away. Yeah, another worrying about Wendy and the boys. Yeah, that is a real concern. Hopefully you're not losing me. I saw a comment there. I'm not even halfway through the scroll thing here. Is the flight to Vietnam the clincher? You know, that's going to be a real strong point. If there was a jury about consciousness of guilt and the flight to evade justice, I mean, that is just so damning. But you don't need that. And like I say, the evidence against Charlie was so overwhelming. Those of us there watching the trial, granted, I wasn't there to see all of it in person until the last day after the evidence was closed and arguments took place. But you can just actually see what actually happens in a courtroom, at least from my perspective. You actually get a sense of how the flow is going, sort of like you would a sporting event. So you remember how you've been to maybe a football game and you can see maybe a team down and they start coming back and you sense the momentum changing. You can really feel the momentum, the energy, the body language of folks. You see the body language of even Rashbaum conveyed that he was losing the case, even the way Charlie acted and whatnot. There was just, they just had this aura about them that what they're doing, they even know is just completely ridiculous and not even credible. So, and the jury, because just they pick up on that. So that was something you could really see in the closing arguments. That's why Ruth and Phil and Shelley, they actually started having this the weight was already coming off them before I even knew the verdict. They were smiling, they were looking like upbeat about the outcome, because it was just so ludicrous. Like there's no way they could believe a jury in Tallahassee would fall for that. That ridiculous story that the defense spun. Yeah, Judy D. Yeah, the boys have been brainwashed a lot, no doubt. They're in sort of like a cult type mentality, and it's going to take a lot of years of training, and you know maybe they're just going to have to get around some family members that are going to be you know actually looking out for their best interests. Yeah, Xanax withdrawal, go George, is horrific. Yeah, Xanax is one of the worst there is. In fact, I think any kind of benzo is. And so if you're a regular user and then you go cold turkey, it's like you're being buried alive. Yeah, self-inflicted. I said plight, not flight, but thank you of human misery. Yeah, thank you, Luis Hotel. Yeah, I mean, it's just so depraved on so many levels. It's just really, and to think these people had everything in the world, everything was going smooth for them. Something about bulging eyes for Wendy. I didn't notice that. I don't know about Wendy being a prison mom. I don't think she's really going to be in a mood to really socialize. Another person saying about benzos. Yeah, that's. I've got another New Britain Polly asking me to cover a different case. Yeah, I don't. I've talked to John about what the way ahead is, and people said, "What case are you going to cover next?" So you know what I said? I said, "I'm covering the other Adelson cases." That's what my only sole goal is right now. And look what happens now. We got Donna. So we got Donna in the crosshairs now by the state attorney's office. So and maybe it'll be a few months, and we get Wendy as well. So it'll be interesting to see, and there's a lot to cover here, no doubt. Yeah, yeah, it's really scary for the boys. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. JP, I agree. Let me scroll down some more here. I don't see a lot of questions. Sorry, it's taking me a little bit longer to screen these here. Sorry, I should have asked that earlier, but let's see. Georgia will get Wendy. Tamara Bullock. Yeah, I really think the way she came across, that she was preparing that. Yeah, gee, yeah, gabapentin. Yeah, that's. I wanted to get my cat to travel because it was one cat I got. If I was going to do a long trip, I asked could I have something to calm it, and they gave me some liquid gabapentin. And I'm like, I'm not giving my cat that, even if it's for a short trip. I'll get something else. But yeah, I don't want some mind altering drug like that. Yeah, I do think that it'll be happening tomorrow, the grand jury indictment. So we will probably hear about that tomorrow sometime. They'll probably present a couple hours worth of testimony. Maybe they'll show I'm sure they'll show some of the stuff like they did for that's most incriminating for her, like the first conversation she had with Charlie after the bump, as well as the bump itself. Yeah, what will Fibbers change her name to? Wow. Yeah, so are they going to change the boy's name now, like Wendy was contemplating when she testified that one time? Yeah, Bloomingdale, we'll get an updated list. I appreciate that. Thank you, Patriotic. I'm saying your name probably wrong. You're saying that Jensen's like Wendy's paid protector, saying there's no evidence on which to base charges. Baloney, lock her up. Yeah, so how can you agree to all those strong statements, those strong indicators? He was agreeing with most everything I was saying. It was different degrees. There was no hierarchy of the 92 that we covered, right? For some people, it may be driving by Trescott. For the other people, it's setting up and framing Jeff Lacasse. For other people, it's her saying that her brother seriously looked into hiring a hitman 5 days before Dan was gunned to the head. So, I mean, it could be any number of things. I was now presenting these like the rank order of like strongest to weakest, and jurors can pick up on one little thing, like maybe like Georgia girl saying, "Oh, the owl shirt." Every juror can come up with a different little thing. Oh, that's the number one. So I think there's probably like a top 5 or 10 that everybody will think is on their top 20 list, I would say. But after that, it's all a scattershot of pros based on our life experiences and common sense. But the bottom line is the totality of everybody's viewpoints would all come together, and that's what's important. Is you got to know what it takes to get. You got to know how to read a jury. You got to know how to read evidence. You got to know how to get that evidence before a jury in the right cogent fashion to make sure that you connect with the jury and that you actually drive all the key points home, as well as the minute details that is necessary to show that, no doubt, you want to leave no stone unturned so that the jury can do the right thing and get you the conviction you're seeking. Tudo means owl. Yeah, hey, bud, send my deck to Georgia. Yeah, I haven't done anything like that. I mean, it's out there if somebody wants to look at it, and I'm not going to worry about that, and I'm not I'm not I'm not trying to push anything on them. I did see. So, Carl, that's an interesting question. Jack Campbell seemed hesitant about arresting her at all, saying that she forced their hands. So, is that of any concern? Yeah, I mean that's not a real aggressive comment to say, but it sounds like it was in the works. And I just look at the fact that they did speed things up. They got before the judge that afternoon. I mean, they had a short fuse to act here, and so they got all that information. And I mean, maybe I guess they had the probable cause affidavit taken care of beforehand, but who would have thought within days of Charlie's conviction they're going to try to flee the country? I mean, it's just again an act of desperation. There's no way they're going to be able to leave. And then think about it. If they would have asked their attorneys, hey, do you have any chance we could leave? You think we'll be able to make it on a plane right out of here on a major carrier like that Qatar Airlines, I think it was. Yeah, that's just so shoot yourself in the foot kind of crazy stuff. There's no way you had gotten away with that. Bloomingdale, the book itself is evidence. So Wendy's book you're talking about, doesn't the husband die in her book? Look, Wasatali. It's something like Wasatachie, I think it is, Springs, something like that, something Springs, and it had to do with. I think there was a reference to a movie, the Chicago movie, and there's a husband there that dies in the movie or something like that. So that was referenced in the book as well. I can't remember if his name was like Jack Stone, I think it was, and then Lily was supposed to be Wendy, and Wendy said that the book was based on a friend of hers, not her. But yet everything mirrored exactly all the stuff that she didn't like about Dan. So it was just so obvious that you couldn't believe what she was saying on that. Okay, Marina, archetype reader. I'm surprised that Carl still thinks Wendy will be indicted. I don't see it. Okay, well, keep also in mind that, I have an ear for picking up when people change words and different times that they talk. So the same people I saw in Survivor tonight had different opinions very recently. And what I think happens is when attorneys listen to somebody that they think knows more of the facts than they do, and they say, she's not going to be arrested, there's no way, blah, blah. You're sort of like, oh, well, they know more than me. And they sort of just like circle around and they don't want to stick their neck out and get criticized. So, like Jeremy Mutz, he said there's like different times you've seen him maybe interviewed. He's all sort of all over the map on different things. So I know he said before there's a higher chance of her he's expecting her to get arrested. Other times he says no. And anyway, it's just, and so of course he's, in my opinion, of course if Tim's there saying she's not going to be, and then of course he's saying, yeah, they probably don't have enough there. It's like, well, what happened between the last time you were interviewed and now? So, and then also Dave Ehrenberg, he said like a week ago, he said that he's thought there was going to be no, future arrests include them looking at Wendy. And now he's saying, no, that's not going to happen after they arrest Donna. So I just, that's how I chalk it up. And so I don't worry about, like I say, what other people think. Look how many people thought Murdo was going to get acquitted. Look how many people thought there was a hung jury. The state did a terrible job proving up their case. Slam dunk win. Slam dunk win. They had that super damning videotape of him, all of his different lies and distortions. You got the same thing in this kind of case. The wiretaps is their kennel video of sorts. And look how many people that implicates. You got two here, it just implicated Murdo. Here you got two people it directly implicates. And by telling them it had to do it by Wendy, by Donna telling that this had to do with the TV-5, that was code speak for this had to do with the problem up north, which is exactly what that bump agent was given her. It was about the problem up north, about how to take care of and eliminate and kill Dan. So it's just so easy to connect the dots. So if you love the drip drip method of prosecution. I mean, I don't really like it. I'm not a fan of it. And I've said that before. I'd go after all these guys at one time, but you know, if you're going to go after them, look at what did it really buy the prosecution waiting all these years to go after Charlie? Charlie could have been convicted with the first 2 years in with the kind of evidence they got. It's such a steamroll. I use the word steamroll because look at it was so strong, and the jury was buying into the prosecution's case so strong they didn't even need Dolce Vita. And keep in mind, they wouldn't until Dolce Vita's hands. Georgia said that they needed extra evidence before they're going to do any more arrests and indictments on this case. So it just goes to show they had such a high bar for what they required of his threshold of evidence to prosecute. I thought I thought they didn't even need it. It was such a slam dunk win, and I still maintain that belief. So it's even I think it even came across stronger to the jury than what I even thought it would. So that's how good it was, right? So I think that really gave a shot in the arm for the prosecution. That Donna leaving, I think that's why they got the boldness and the tenacity to go after him. Yeah, Katie Kool-Aid. I think there's a chance Charlie will turn on Wendy to try to save Donna. If Donna is given some kind of immunity or whatnot, I can see that happening. Or if Donna dies, and it's all bets off. I don't see him. He would never fall on his sword and admit that he did this, but I think it's going to really burn his hide that what his sister did and how she got a windfall in all this, and he's there spending life behind bars. Oh, thanks, Sully. Yeah, I'm not always going to be right. I don't think I've always been right to date as well, but I think on some of the main points, you know, it's just so obvious what needs to happen, and it's not really that complex. You just need to go after it with a vengeance. Yeah, Wendy will be indicted and the jury will find her guilty. Don't worry. I mean, they basically called her out as being a guilty co-conspirator in the trial for Charlie. So why don't you go after somebody like that? I'm not a psychologist, but everything I do for trial work is psychology related. I understand DSM-5, I understand all kinds of psychology diagnoses, and what I do is I look at it from the standpoint of I gotta know what the agenda is for each witness. I believe that every single person has an agenda that's related to a case, and I got to find out what that agenda is, and then see if it either aligns with what I'm supposed to do for my client and their interests, or if it's against what my client does and what I'm trying to do for their interests. So I got to figure out which side they're on, and if they're against my clients, you know, a lot of times I'm able to flip them. And so what I do is I basically meet them one-on-one, and I have different ways of talking to them and relaying to them things from the defense perspective. And a lot of times they go, you know what, I had it all wrong. I was only listening to one side. And so whether it's a prosecution witness or defense witness, that can happen. A lot of witnesses they don't really know much about the case. They're just told, you know, they maybe have a limited snapshot on something's going on, and they may be a critical witness. And so they could be easily swayed by looking at more truth. And like I say, it's a matter about truth. It's not about doing smoke and mirrors or tricking them or anything like that. I'm not about that at all. I don't think that's a good thing to do. And you know, I don't think you're helping your client. So Luis Sabotel, you haven't found Tim particularly reliable. I mean, for him getting all that supposed insider stuff, it sounds to me like it's coming from defense. Let's put it this way: if he was hired by any of these defense attorneys, you couldn't ask for better talking points that he's doing. It's almost like he gets paid $5,000 every time he's saying, "Wow, you know, you got this bad stuff on Wendy, but there's still not enough to go after." They've never prosecuted somebody for perjury in the 30 years I've been in Leon County. I mean, all this kind of stuff is just making people diminish their expectations of justice. So Donna, Kara, you're saying Donna is a bull. She's not a frail. She's not weak. She'll be fine. Don't be fooled by the Granny Act. I mean, she looks sort of defiant, and some mixed feelings there, I thought, from her mugshot photo. But I think the fact that she's only 112 pounds, mentally she may try to be strong and try to fight this and whatnot, but let him spend another $1 million. Let Charlie spend another $1 million on another attorney. So right there, you're talking about a couple more mil. out of their trust fund assets that they're going to have to spend on attorneys. Okay, that's good. Ruth Markel's going to be on Court TV at Vinny Politan tomorrow. That's awesome. Vinny Politan's very, very fired up about the case, and comes across very, very disgusted at this thing has gone on for so long, like I have been. So, can Wendy visit her mom after Donna is transported to Italian? No, she cannot. She cannot visit her mom. She can only talk on the phone. They don't allow any visitors there. I just recently found that. I thought it was a COVID thing. I thought it's been relaxed after the COVID, but I was told it's still ongoing. Thanks, Carla. Let's see here. I bet Donna won last year. Yeah, I mean, things are not looking good for the Adelsons. Hey, Law Bellaby. Yeah, the politics is an interesting backstory. So, like I say, I don't just use your common sense. You know, I think if you stop to think about what's being said and where it could possibly be coming from and what the motives and agendas could possibly be. Yeah, Carl and Tim should have a debate. Yeah, I don't think Tim wants to debate me. In fact, if we're talking about Wendy, I don't think he wants to see me on the channel at all. And I was on Court TV with him the other night, and like I said, when he did a reach back to bring up Wendy's lack of proof and whatnot, I'm like, okay, this is like, I shook my head, which I normally wouldn't do. I try to be more polite than that, but like I say, I was just getting so fed up with that I noticed they didn't have me on Court TV with him tonight on the same segment. They probably didn't want me shaking my head, but that was just, like I said, that was just my frustrations coming out. It took Donna a lot of hate to have Dan killed. Well, it was hate among all of them. Okay, it's not just Donna. Donna had the most uncontrolled hatred, but I think that there was a lot of buttons pushing by Wendy. So think about it. If you know your mom's out of control and going to dial up murder through Charlie's evil contacts, the criminal underworld, and you're still feeding that. She never told her to Mom, why wouldn't you just say, Mom, I'm not going to involve you in my marriage anymore. Okay, sorry. You stay down there. I'll come visit you quarterly, or you can come up here every quarter on the opposite schedule. And just you know, that's just the hand we're dealt. We couldn't deal with this. And like I say, if you could have just, if they could have just even gone so low as to trick Dan into thinking she wanted to stay in the marriage and move to Miami, he would have done it in a heartbeat. There would have been no need to kill him, and they could have all been in Miami, and Dan would have been stuck in Miami. She could divorce him in 6 months. So yeah, it's not like almost like they wanted to smite him. They wanted to smite Dan and rub his face in the ground every way possible, and they want to do the Pearl Harbor every chance they got on him. I mean, it was like, wow, what hatred. Yeah, I can't imagine her in jail. I agree. Yeah, and think about the nasty food they got in there as well. We're hearing about this nasty food. It's, you know, some of it's moldy and a lot of that kind of stuff. And it's, you don't get the best health care. On one hand, I think Donna may try to get bad health, and she wishes she had bad health, so maybe she could be put in some kind of a confinement ward of a hospital or something like that. Hey, Gloria, I recognize your name. You've gotten some good comments. I appreciate that. I guess I got a lot of rain down there in Florida. So Stella says John Lauro equals Tim Jansen. So, like I say, I don't know if it's John Lauro with Tim or with Rashbaum, but Tim is doing a lot of interference, running a lot of PR, and he's not getting paid for any of that. That seems okay. I guess he really is a believer in Wendy's lack of proof. He wants justice to happen for Wendy by her not being prosecuted. I'm the complete opposite. I want justice to happen for all the Markels and Dan Markel because it's so obvious she was involved. And you know what, I'll say this, 99.5% or more of commenters on this channel agree that Wendy was involved in this. No doubt about it for all these people. So this half of 1% or less, they're They're just not in the majority here at all. So it's not working. Listening to all this kind of stuff, it's not working. Like I say, I don't think the prosecutors are probably listening enough for this to even have this kind of stuff play in their heads. But so Kathleen Martin says, Attorney Tim Jansen talked to his bail bondsmen. Okay, well, she's not able to get bail, so did that come from them? How did he know that they're picked up at the airport and all that kind of stuff? It sounds like something that happened where, like I say, Harvey called, started making calls, and that's how the information flowed. That's how it happened. If it didn't happen that way, then, you know, Tim can set the record straight if I'm wrong. So you think Tim is friends with the FBI agent who arrested her? Yeah, I just don't see that happening. I really don't. So you're thinking the FBI agent is going to undercover the state attorney's office from making their announcement to the public? I don't believe that at all. They're not. These FBI guys, they're, and I saw what's his name there, the main lead agent on this case. These guys are all professionals. They don't leak stuff to go to the media before the state attorney's office. I don't believe that for 1 second. Yeah, Fancy got it from Tim, but Tim, where did Tim get it from? That's what the real question is. Yeah, law enforcement leaks stuff all the time. Okay, well, yeah, on a case like this, I just don't believe it. With that short a time frame before the state attorney's office can present it, that's the kind of leaks that agents make like that. So, yeah, Tim had lunch with Rashbaum. Yeah, I mean, they met for 2 hours. He admitted that. So, I mean, he owed him favors. Were they not talking throughout this case? Passing information? So, yeah, Rashbaum seems like a good guy. He's got a ridiculous defense story. I wouldn't have argued it. I would have tried to, if I was him, I'd have tried to talk my client into doing. Maybe he did that. I don't know. But the bottom line is he had the worst defense theory on what happened. Is that you don't just call it a theory, you got to call it as the truth of what happened. It was just the worst thing I've ever seen. And I'm not sugarcoating that at all. I literally believe it's the worst one I've ever seen because it's absolutely laughable. It's that sad of a story of how you can try to spin that as being credible. Tim Jansen wants to be the Tallahassee attorney that Adelson's hire. Well, actually, I heard him tonight saying that somebody did ask that question. Hey, would you represent Donna? And he says, well, I probably said too many bad things about Donna. Okay. And, but I didn't hear him say that. I don't remember him saying that thing about Wendy. So like I say, I think his fixation is with the Wendy. That's what Michael Altman believes. He wants to represent. Well, yeah, it really does seem that way to me. So am I the only one? I don't think so. Tim's in the Adelson's back pocket. Is that the way he's so blatantly defensive of little Princess Wendy? I mean, that's, I cannot believe somebody would take his positions without something. There's something going on behind the scenes, okay? And he's not telling us who these insiders are. And from all my instincts over the years of doing work in trials and whatnot and working with politics, trust me, nothing like the military politics. These kind of state court politics pale in comparison to a lot of the stuff that I've encountered as a prosecutor and defense attorney trying to fight through politics on criminal cases. Highly politicized, very much so. Yeah, okay, Demi, I won't try to pronounce the rest of yours. Tim has been giving defense talking points on this case for years. I mean, if that's just what he believes, fine. But it just seems like we hear nothing about from any of these attorneys representing the interests of Wendy, but it's like he's fallen on sword to keep on representing her. That's what's so bizarre, especially after he agreed with so many strengths and points that he's now walking back. Yeah, it just makes me sad for the Markels. It's like I don't know. It's just really, there's something really, really grating about that. Yeah, Debbie Martin says that Tim said something about Carl today. He alluded that he doesn't agree with another attorney, and we know it was Carl. Yeah, he doesn't say my name, but he alluded to the fact that my list was emotional based and not fact or evidence based. I didn't hear that, but I've heard that from a number of sources, and I was just like, all right, I gotta speak some of my piece on that tonight then, because I was just like I said, I've been up to my eyeballs, biting my lips. So, and like I say, if I'm wrong, then tell us who the leak is. Tell us who the leak is, Tim. So Joel had local sources being a local reporter. Tim is very different facet. I don't agree with Tim lately. Yeah, I mean, it's like it was easy to confirm. Do you know how they had other sources to confirm it? Because they looked at I saw there was some information like people were pulling up the Miami-Dade jail records, and they were able to show that she was booked into jail there. So that's the kind of stuff that was the additional corroboration. Joel was very smart about not saying it's a fact, even though Tim was saying it's from a very reliable source. So yeah, it sounded like Tim was interviewing to be Wendy's attorney since the news broke. Mickey Blue. Yeah, I mean that's it's just something's very off. Tim is for Wendy. I mean, how did Tim get on 2020? Somebody also sent me a message today that said Tim was called on Law and Crime Network as an expert on the case, and they presented him as like the most knowledgeable person on this whole case, and he agreed with that. And so I was like, they were like shocked that he would concede that point in his own mind. And I'll tell you this: I don't even purport to be the best witness on any of this. Okay, the best, most experience on all the evidence. There's other people that know more details than me, but I know enough details to know exactly what I would want to do to prove the case. And so that's I got enough there, but I could still do more deep dive. And like I say, on a case like this, the more you do deep dive, the more circumstantial evidence that pops up and shows the compelling nature of who's a party of this and who's guilty of it as a co-conspirator. He often quotes Monica and says that her husband, who is a retired sheriff. Okay, so he's a retired sheriff in the know on something within 4 hours. Yeah, I just don't believe that. Yeah, was Tim's pro Wendy? Yeah, I agree with that. So just consider, it's almost like he's getting paid. I don't. I'm not saying he is, but gosh, it sure seems like he's acting as if he is, and that's what's really bizarre. And then he's on the, Survivor talking like he's a neutral arbiter of, what's going on in the Tallahassee legal community. So that's just really, and then saying that mine's emotional based. I mean, what I will do is I ask you to look at that list again, and maybe we'll do some recapture of some of that and show you how Tim was agreeing with me, and now he's completely walked that back. So I'm not walking anything back. I said I'm sticking to what I know, and I'm not saying I'm like I say, the most knowledgeable on all the details and nuances of this case, but like I say, I'm not going to be shooting from the hip and talking about stuff that I don't believe. And my heart of hearts is not reality based, and that's my opinion. I'm not going to shoot from the hip loosely. That's what my intention is anyway. So yeah, I'm not trying to sensationalize anything. So I'm going straight to what I'm looking at. If I'm a trial attorney, I'm prosecuting this case, I'm a supervisory attorney, I'm telling you from that standpoint of what it takes to win and what you need to do to get the rest of these Adelsons behind bars. So that's my mission, to talk about those kind of issues and angles. And so I'm not presenting documents so much. I may get into that later. We've got enough technical issues here where I'm not presenting documents. We already got great folks like Law Bella V and others like Fancy Fiction and whatnot that are presenting those kind of documents, doing their analysis. So I think we're all on Team Justice for Markel, and that's what I appreciate. That I don't look at any of us as trying to muscle out anybody else to try to get more subscribers or anything like that. If we're about justice for Dan Markel, we should all be thankful that somebody else has a different angle, a different viewpoint, a different perspective. And like I say, nobody owns the room totally on any of this kind of stuff. So we're all in this together. We all got to, like I say, rally around the Markels and justice, and hopefully that'll make a difference and encourage the state attorney's office keep doing the right thing, and that's great to see because maybe this made a difference. Maybe this encouraged them if they're a little bit shy and not too aggressive about going after them. Then that's something that it's good to know that people got your back. I didn't talk to Jack Campbell when I was down there, but when he's walking out of the courtroom, very proud of his top prosecution, the team of Georgia and Sarah. I reached out, we shook hands, and I gave him a pat on the back as he walked by, and I said, "Great job, awesome job," or something like that. And I don't need to tell him anything. I just hope though that I think probably other people in the office do check on this once in a while, see what's going on with the talking folks on podcasts. So I think that they probably know that they got a lot of people backing them up. We want them to be successful in this, right? And Tim writes for Tallahassee Democrat. Yeah, that's another thing. I have not seen the article, but the day after Charlie's conviction, guess who he's talking about is they don't have enough evidence on. You guessed it. Why would he do that? Why is every time he's talking more and more every day, I'm hearing about how Tim Jansen's saying, Wendy's got nothing on her. I mean, that is so bizarre. Sean says maybe Tim fell for Wendy like Jeff and Dan. I don't know what's going on, but like I say, use your own common sense. And I would say also think about, do you realize how defense attorneys can circle the wagons and work together for co-defendants to make sure that they have a common united front? Let me point out an example of what I'm talking about. Think about who Charlie's first attorney was. It was that Peter Weinberg, who was connected to the judge who was best friends with Charlie, that did some of his legal fixings for him. Remember, he's the one that called that Jim Lewis guy, the attorney for Sigfredo, that who then we heard on wiretaps talking to Katie, and he was assuring Katie that he had talked to, and he talked in code, meaning Charlie, but he basically said that, he's not talking. I told him Sigfredo's not talking, and, nobody's talking. We're just going to lay back. And he was trying to reassure her that, she doesn't need to talk to any investigator. And even though they're saying that they know more about Katie's involvement than what Katie thinks and whatnot, they were all locking horns. They were all making sure the Adelsons were in lockstep on their defense with the Hitman team and Katie. And so that's the way defense attorneys do. If they're going to say, hey, we need people to sign up, and we're all going to have united front. We're all going to say they're innocent. We're all going to do, this uniform front that we don't know. The prosecution is out of control. They're just rushing to judgment. Whatever defense attorneys say to try to cast doubt and dispersions. So that's sort of what can happen when there's an effort to protect Adelsons. Yeah, lots of people want to get with Wendy and defend her. I don't get that at all. I mean, I think mesmerizing. Hey, Carl, that's my story. Yeah, I mean, that's just such a bizarre comment to make. Saying you're mesmerized by her. Wow, I don't. That doesn't sound good, does it? Yeah. So like I say, I'm just speaking my piece about Tim, and so you know what? If you guys don't like me because of that, I'm not going to compromise truth as I see it, just to be back on some show or whatnot. I'm not going to compromise. I'm not going to compromise and not speak out about this. I've been bottling it up for too long, and circumstantial evidence is evidence. Yeah, Trish Norman. Yeah, and that's actually a good point, because that's one of the reasons John was able to talk me into doing this, because I saw a short clip on Tim Jansen saying that, I've heard there's some circumstantial evidence against Wendy. She certainly had the best motive to gain from Dan's death, but I haven't seen any direct evidence. So I was like, well, wait a minute. Direct evidence is not needed to prosecute a murder case. So he actually acted like that, discounted everything. And that's what his comment on that really was a thing that I'm like, you know what? I'm just not seeing anything I agree with on attorneys that are talking about this case. So that's what really was the thing that my brother was able to talk me into doing this because I do not like seeing myself on this thing, and I don't like hearing my voice for certain. But so Ben, give Carl advice, please. Okay, I don't know what advice you're talking about. Sorry, maybe there's something up above. So, do I think he's actually defending Wendy? He would have to say it. No. Well, that's a good point because you know what? Here's the thing. If I was hiring a defense attorney to be a PR person and going on all these shows, I would have a non-disclosure agreement. I would say you're hired to represent us. You cannot. You must only talk in tones that it would indicate that whatever could be possibly indicating inculpatory evidence against a client like Wendy, that you must always have a story about how these children don't have enough proof. There's no proof to go to trial. So create all this doubt in the media and all these shows you go on. So, and non-disclosure agreement. So if somebody asks him, hey, are you working for the defense under a non-disclosure agreement? You know, he can't say that. So he's going to say no, because he's bound by the non-disclosure agreement. So that's the way that it would work if I was doing that kind of stuff, to get out there in the media and have someone aggressively defending my client. So I don't know if there's any kind of relationship at all. But like I say, why is he going to bat for Wendy so much when he agreed with all those other points indicating involvement? Yeah, Fancy said that Laura was reading YouTube comments in court while Wendy was testifying. So I've heard that from a number of sources. So that is something that he's probably charging $800 an hour. So he's constantly scrolling the internet looking for folks to see what they say. And, you know, maybe that's, you know, if they were going to hire Tim, maybe that's what they do. They look for talking points to counter people that are making comments of indicating that she should be prosecuted. So I'm not gonna say that that's actually the case. It's just very odd because it looks like Tim is representing her. Yeah, Tim is prospecting for Wendy's defense attorney. So yeah, I mean, he's not. So he said he basically poisoned the well and couldn't represent Donna. He said too many things against her. Well, he can't say that about Wendy because he's changed his tune on her in the last couple of months, right? So thank you. I didn't know how this was going to come across tonight. I don't know if some of you guys would be bashing me, and I know a lot of people that say they like me and they also like Tim. So I don't know, whatever. Like I say, I'm just speaking what I think is true, and what looks really odd. And so John Smith says, thank you for sharing. Are you conflicted about reporting with him on STS? So from my perspective, I would say that, you know, he's their bread and butter guy on their show. And if I come on too strong, guess what happens to me? So I've been trying to come across not as opinionated, and I just try to talk about facts, like say the indicators, stuff like that. And it seemed to be working well for a while. I mean, Tim was agreeing with most of what I was saying. And so what's changed? I don't get that. This is something weird's going on, and that's my instincts, and I rely on my instincts. And so I've not wanted to offend Joel. I mean, I have a lot of respect and regard for Joel, and his wife's done a great job. His mother, great people, and Steve Cohen, his manager of securing guests and whatnot, does a tremendous job. And so it's nothing against them. I just realized that, you know, Tim is their bread and butter guy, and if I come on too strong, then, you know, all he has to say is I don't want to be talking about Wendy with Carl on there. And so look, they talked about Wendy this morning. I wasn't on there, so they know what my opinions are. Instead, they talk about, you know, Carl's emotional. He doesn't have an evidence-based list. He has an emotion-based list. And then I noticed tonight, they'll say even Ryan Fitzpatrick was talking about, well, there's not an emotional, you know, there's only emotional evidence that's, he said it twice, that's been put out there against Wendy. He didn't think there was enough against Wendy. It's like, okay, well, you're not an attorney. You don't know what it takes to get a conviction. And also Tim, when has he ever tried a violent crime case? As a U.S. attorney for 5 years, U.S. attorneys don't really have violent cases at all. He was, as I understand, mostly white collar Medicare fraud and stuff like that. Those aren't violent crime cases. So Sally Richardson says, Carl, you're 100% right about Wendy and Jansen. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you guys are. I just wasn't seeing comments really on any of the shows saying, hey, where are you getting your sources from, Tim? Why were you wrong on this? You're getting inside scoop on stuff. Okay, last night says Amelia, I'm saying your name wrong, I'm sure, but I apologize. Last night's STS, I felt Tim was very emotional when talking about Wendy and Donna both. It was extremely dramatic. And yet he says I'm the emotional one, okay? Don't get me wrong, I got passion in my veins for justice here, but I'm not skewing emotions with facts or anything like that, okay? I look at those facts and they all come together in my brain, and I'm able to sort them all out. And I know how to go after the jugular for people that aren't speaking truth, okay? So I've been holding back definitely on Survivor. Like I say, so okay, so down the rabbit hole says, Carl, I believe your instincts because they have been mine too. I don't want to watch STS because of it. Okay, well, I've had somebody else more than one occasion say, hey, thank you for your channel because, you know, they just can't take Tim. And so I get that. I mean, Tim is a great storyteller. I'm not a great storyteller. Great storytellers tend to make good to trial attorneys, but if you don't got your facts straight and you're evolving in your stories of what you're saying and whatnot. I mean, if you're a trial attorney and you do that in court, I would nail him. I would nail him so bad in front of the jury, saying how he's hasn't had a consistent story and which Tim are you going to believe and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I do that all the time because attorneys don't keep their story straight and they try to hide the ball on stuff, and I just crush them in arguments or with rebuttal witnesses and then arguments. So Joe Indy, yeah, you remember that comment about Wendy. So anyway, you guys form your own opinion on where Tim's getting his information, what his take is. So all right, just looking through some other questions here. That's the thing. These discussions have been about evidence. So, like I say, I mean, I think Survivor's doing some good stuff. They're trying to get the message out there, but you know, Tim always downplaying stuff on Wendy. It's just really upsetting to see because I of course have a complete opposite opinion. Okay, I'm going through. Oh, I'm sorry, I went the wrong direction, so I'm getting the wrong way on some of these questions. Yeah, more stuff. He wants to be Wendy's lawyer. I mean, he acts like it. I'm not saying he is, but my gosh, he is so getting stronger by the day, defending her and getting the message out there. It's like she's got a free lawyer. It's like a pro bono lawyer of sorts, the way I see it. Yeah. So Tim Jansen's talking about the castigate rule, which is Wendy's getting advice from an Atlanta expert. Yeah. How would he know? That's a good point. Castigan, I think it's Castigan. It's a federal case, and so I might have to do this on another break-off session. But let me just suffice to say that how would he know that defense is hiring an expert to talk about some immunity deal? Okay, this immunity deal is a slam dunk non-issue, and for him to make it an issue that if defense has a chance to keep her immunized and not be prosecuted. To just nip this in the bud real quick, let me just say this. Any kind of use in any courts in America, if you're going to immunity, use immunity means what you say in that interview, in that testimony in court, anything you say there is protected unless you lie. Okay? As soon as you lie, if you lie about 1 point and you've made 100 points, your immunity is shredded. And you're fair game to be gone after for perjury or something similar in various state courts. Derivative use is what also is something that they talk about on this case with what Wendy has. Derivative use means stuff that's derived from the statement given by the person that was compelled to give a statement. So derivative use is something like, let's just say a witness says where the body was hidden, or a witness says where some incriminating evidence is against herself. Like, oh, hey, I shot somebody and this is where the murder weapon is. And oh, here's a bullet in the empty shell casings that they can then use to match with what killed the victim. That's the kind of stuff you're talking about derivative. There's no incriminating evidence they derive from Wendy to help prove evidence against her other than her lies. So derivative evidence is off the table. It's not even applicable here. And all you have to do is prove she lied one time and her immunity's gone. So that's all it is. She's got nothing. So this whole immunity thing, that's another thing. It's like, how could he be talking like that and making it sound like it's like a huge deal of like a way of shield to protect her? That's just so another thing that's like off the chart, just not making any sense at all. It's just really bizarre. So thanks for bringing that up. Oh wow! So I didn't realize this. So Jake Nelson says, Tim, last night said that if they jumped the gun on the Donna news, that they should apologize to Donna and the family. I couldn't believe it when I heard him say that. Yeah, I don't. Like I say, it's more indicators of something that's adding up. Tim also trashed George's cross of Charlie. I did not see that. Her cross was genius. Let Charlie be Charlie. I mean, that was my attitude of it. I said she did fine. It's not the normal technique, but letting a guy like that wants to mop up the room and tell everybody how smart he is and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's exactly what he did to Katie. He owned Katie. He controlled Katie, and that George allowed him to ramble, and that's what that proved, I thought. So. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, Georgia doesn't need me. I think they just need to get the okay from the boss man, Jack Campbell, to unleash their arsenal against the rest of them. Wendy was involved as Donna and Charlie. They all planned together. Jared, I mean, you don't go murder your grandson's father or your ex son-in-law without having okay from the mother of the kids. I don't know what you mean by thinking about myself more. I don't know what you mean by that. Northern Ireland or whatever that was. Northern Ireland. Yeah, I don't. Elizabeth says, I'm grateful you expressed your views on Tim's behavior. Yeah, I just like to say it's just gone over the top. All right, I'll try not to talk anymore about it here, but do you think Donna can bribe the jail person to get meds? I don't see that happening. I mean, stuff like that does happen in prison so much. I'm not thinking that's going to happen so much in jail. But if they got money and stuff like that, there's always a possibility. So I don't really know that thing. So this casket rule, I'm not going to talk more about that. Maybe I'll do a breakout session. But like I say, I think I already covered that well enough. I've already covered why Tim wouldn't have to announce if he's representing Wendy, at least from a PR standpoint. Obviously, nobody's truly representing her other than like in a advisory capacity, because there's not a court representation. When somebody's charged in a court of law with a crime, attorneys make appearances, and we file something called notice of appearance. So if we're hired and retained through the defendants, what we do is file notice of appearance. So there's no notice of appearance to file on a case where somebody hasn't been arrested. So you could have any number of attorneys behind the scenes, and none of that do they have to say that they're having an appearance of record. And even if somebody does make an appearance of record, there can always be attorneys working behind the scenes to do PR. Do you agree that George is going after all Adelsons, Harvey, and Wendy? I think there's indicators they're going after Wendy. Harvey's name didn't really come up a whole lot, but there's stuff they could go after Harvey too. And like I said, I think that when they start cannibalizing against themselves, I think it's all bets off. Anything's possibly able to be happening here, where they'll roll on each other and whatnot. It's going to be real telling to see, and I think it's going to be so unpredictable. It's going to be pretty wild. Wild stuff will be happening here. What do you think time frame to go to trial with Donna? I think that, like I say, it's probably going to be at least a year and a half, and could be a year because the evidence is so strong, and there's not really a whole lot of stuff to conjure up to try to defend her on. So, but she's not. She's just going to have such a hard time in the county jail there at Leon. Can protective services interview the boys, see what their home life is? I mean, they can do anything if there's a concern for someone's welfare as a minor. What they do or not, I don't know. I don't have experience with that juvenile system there. I've done a bunch of juvenile court work before, and in state they call it a China action, child in need of assistance. So if somebody's being abused by a parent or parents or family members, then the state steps in and they start investigating it, do those kind of psych interviews and stuff like that with children. Don't know when Wendy will be arrested, but I mean, it could be as soon as, in the next 6-12 months, something like that. Okay, so Anna, so that's interesting. So you guys are giving me good information. Tim did go out of his way today to say several times that people are reacting emotionally and wanting Wendy to be arrested, even when it wasn't on topic. Wow, that is so interesting. Yeah, it's not on topic. It's like he's being paid. He's acting like he's being paid. So, but we'll never know. We'll never know because he won't have to admit it. He's not going to admit it. If she does get arrested, then I guess we'll find out at that point if he's going to be counsel record. So Tim is a lot less informational and far more argumentative and arguing for Wendy. Well, look, like I say, look at the 100 countdown. Yeah, I mean, he had to agree those were really strong points. Like I said, all it takes is one to get her a conviction. That's all it takes. YB says, I saw when Tim's view changed and it felt like a manipulation. So I'm not going to make that comment on that, but those are interpretations that different listeners can formulate. And it seems like a lot of people are picking up on different things and different interpretations that make you scratch your head and go, what's really going on here? Yeah, Tim can't stand it because Carl's always right on. Well, I'm not always right on, but the bottom line is, it's like like I say, I feel like I'm arguing with the defense attorney for an Adelson. So that's what's really bizarre about it. Plenty to convict Wendy with, yeah. I mean, no doubt. Yeah, but the crack. Katie Kool-Aid, Carl, you can address the immunity stuff. Yeah, I think I already have tonight. So, I mean, I can go at it some more if people need to talk about it. But this immunity thing is just nothing but a smoke and mirrors thing that a defense attorney would do if you're representing somebody, in my opinion. So, I don't know why you would do that. You'd have to ask him. Okay, well, since Wendy lied on the stand, what use is her immunity deal? Only if she was honest would she gain by the immunity deal in case law, right? Yeah, Kaioshin, you're right. It's just an open and shut issue. Bloomingdale says, agree with you that there's plenty to get Wendy Day. They're trying to sway the public opinion. I mean, that's what it really looks like. I'm sorry if I've called on Bloomingdale too much here. I'm trying to be equal in who I'm picking on. But that just sort of jumped out. So Sonny Tanner, I met you, by the way, down there. Great to meet you. What do you think Rashbaum is working on? Appeals or mitigating factors, something else? I don't think he's going to be doing the appeal part of it. I don't think it's good for an attorney to do the trial and the appeal work. I've never done that, nor would I do that. The best option for getting your case busted on appeal is ineffective assistance of counsel. And so if you're representing the defendant on appeal, then you can't throw yourself under the bus. So having a fresh counsel, fresh set of eyes to overlook what you did is the best chance of getting a case busted. And like I say, the number one reason cases get busted on appeal is ineffective assistance counsel. So I assume he's going to be spending like another $1 million to have some other firm be doing it.
Thanks for having a like on positivity and faith and justice. You got to. I mean, this is like so important. If we don't stand up for what's right and we don't encourage the right thing to be done by the prosecutors and you know what? I've seen a lot of guys that were getting railroaded in the justice system that I've stood up for. So I'm not speaking as somebody that's like only been a prosecutor and is always looking to nail people to the wall and overcharge and stuff like that. So actually, I've done more defense work against people that are being railroaded in the system. So, like I say, I through my experience on both sides, I just call it like it is. No matter which hat I wear, whether prosecutor, defense counsel, it's all about doing the right thing and just fighting for the right thing within the ethical bounds of the law. And a lot of times, if your client, say if your client's going to go down and get life without parole, I'm looking for a better option for them, see if there's other crimes that can relate to the government and become a state's evidence witness to help lessen their punishment and bring about greater justice to community. Because if you have other crimes and other wrongdoers that they can flip on and your client has leverage, why not go for that instead of waiting after the fact like in Katie's case? I mean, that's just so bizarre as well. Any chance Wendy's indicted by tomorrow's grand jury? I mean, there. I mean, if that was me, I would have been a long time ago. But yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if they're ready to go that hardcore after her yet, but it would be nice. I'm not, I don't think it's going to happen that fast, but it's there's a small chance, and I wish it happened. I definitely wish it would happen. They leaked someone's social security number. Oh, they did. Okay, I didn't notice that. It was so tiny for me when I saw it on the screen, but yeah, if that's what they released, it's releasable. So yeah, what? How did Tim know about Wendy talking to Atlanta Lord? I mean, that's a question that should have been popped up when he was talking that, right? So why wasn't that brought up? I wish people would start asking him that. Me on the show, yeah, that's a little bit harder for me to ask, and that's why I think you're not going to see him and me talk about Wendy ever again on the same show. What happens if Wendy's sons don't want to live with her? They're old enough to know exactly what's going on. Happens. Surely they were Google savvy. Yeah, I mean, she's trying to keep them away from all that stuff. So that's they may say, you know what, we're tired of living here. What's the deal going on? Mom, were you involved in it? I mean, it could be some really contentious issues going on between the boys and their mom right now. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not going to speculate on whether Tim's being paid. It just looks very. It looks like say. It looks like he's acting like your defense counsel. He's going so far to the extreme to try to stick his neck out and interject how the state can't go against her. So it's just you don't see your own attorneys doing that, right? Some other people suspicious. Yeah, I mean, it's just. Let me try to go through some other questions. Question Debbie, you asked about Cass Garberville. Yeah, I think I've already covered that. Another question about how do you know she's talking to Atlanta lawyers? See, he's admitting stuff like that, and so I think that's how would you know that unless you're talking to defense on a regular basis? That's the question. somebody wrote, somebody broke Tim's ribs, then he started shilling for the defense. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're not serious about that, but that's sort of funny. Do you predict indictment for Wendy down the line? Yeah, sure. Why not? They pretty much said she was guilty and part of it, and she framed Jeff Lacasse. That was like such a great thing to see Georgia saying that. Tim and Ryan, bad guys. I'm not going to talk about them being bad guys or not. I'm just talking about perceptions of why is he sticking his neck on a limb to keep on mentioning Wendy and lack of prosecution ability. Yeah, okay. There's some funny comments here on Tim and Wendy. Charlie could flip. Yep, definitely. Yeah, other people is agreeing with what I'm saying. Okay. All right. Well, um, Sonny Tanner, don't you agree Donna should retain at least local attorney? I mean, here's the thing. I mean, it makes sense if you got a fighting chance to get an acquittal. Absolutely, I think local counsel is a way to go, unless you're doing like a court martial or something like that, where you have an international community from all parts of the United States. In any kind of court martial for any of the services, it doesn't matter where the defense attorney comes from. Federal court, it doesn't matter so much in civil cases, but I do believe in criminal cases to have the best connection with the jury. It's a good thing to have local counsel. But if you got a case that's like dead in the water, like for Charlie and Donna, no, I mean it's not going to do you any good. It's just going to probably cost you more because they're going to factor in the lodging and the travel and all that kind of stuff when they're quoting you a fee. Okay, Lord Vader super chat. Thank you. I think that means you gave something. So that's sweet of you. Thank you. Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's the guy that testified in the trial. He was a friend of Charlie's, and he even told Charlie that you better just stay overseas when they were traveling some of these places like Vietnam, and said better stay overseas because you could get nabbed if you go back to the United States. So I sort of wish that would have came out at trial, where it was basically it didn't need to be stated that there was a meeting of the general understanding, a meeting of the minds that Charlie was in on the killing of Dan Markel. Okay, so parental alienation says the problem is Tim states directly to the camera that they don't have enough evidence to convict Charlie or Wendy nor Donna. I mean, yeah, he's just I can't remember if he said that for all of them, but yeah, he's definitely all over the place from what I recall. So Sarah says that grandkids are traumatized for life, knowing that their life is a lie. Yeah, I mean that's something. Yeah, so she was willing to walk away from the the very sunshine she killed for. Isn't that bizarre? Roxanne doesn't trust defense attorneys. They play games. Okay, well. I would say I don't think I play games. I think what I actually do is when I play go against other attorneys, they're the ones playing the games. I call them out on it. So I don't think that works playing games. If you got a sharp attorney on the other side, they're going to call you out on the games, and they're going to be able to expose you as being a dishonored broker of information in front of the jury, and I would expose them for that. Do I think Charlie can be charged aiding and abetting for courting the flight to Vietnam? Well, they had a legal right to flee Vietnam, so that would not be a crime in and of itself. If they escaped custody or something like that of law enforcement, that'd be a separate issue. But I would say the Harvey, what they have him on is being a part of the family pack, and the stuff that he's done, like giving the car to Katie, the fact that they had a cell number and called them, the fact that he had talked to the Matsuri tape about he's surprised they didn't come after him and all that kind of stuff. And then you follow the fact that the money came out of his clinic to pay Katie and stuff like that. And then the family interactions dynamics, I think, is the strongest point. I'd probably also want to call Rob, the honorable son, that doesn't have anything to do with them and that indicated he thought they were part of it. So I'd also call a key witness, for example, Tamara Demko, to show how bizarre Harvey was acting. He couldn't even look her in the face. He was like a scared little weasel running around the house trying to avoid contact with her, avoid conversation when they've had normal contact. Normally he's very chatty with her and stuff like that. I mean, stuff like that is really, really strong evidence that juries just really gravitate towards. So, and that's why I think if you roll them all up and present all this kind of evidence of how crazy and strange they're all acting and what they're doing when the bump happened. So Jason Lipoff says, I might be a guest on SDS the next couple of days. Be nice to me. Okay. Okay, BK Guitar, I think Tim is probably right. I think Carl's right too. I don't know how we both can be right because we have complete different opinions, and I'm speaking the details of what my opinion is. The only thing I've heard him talk about details is like, oh, the ride back to the house is not a big deal. Okay, well I recall him saying that was a weird indicator. You know, one of the strongest indicators also that I said was, and he agreed with me. I remember that now, it just came to me. I said that no attorney would get in a squad car knowing that there was all that crime scene tape and cops in front of the house where your children stayed, would never get in a squad car and not demand right then and there, you tell me exactly what's going on now, detective. I will not get in any squad car with you. No way would an attorney get in a squad car. They would know automatically they're suspected of something and that something must have gone down at the house. And she faked that she didn't know anything was going down at the house till after she was a few minutes into the interview. So that's just not credible at all. It again shows her state of mind and consciousness of guilt. Are they watching every move Wendy makes now? She's an undyed co-conspirator. They probably are thinking because they took off, she probably's on some watch list too. They're tracking, they may be tracking her credit cards and stuff like that. She's buying any airline tickets. Yeah, they probably are. I hope they are. So Tim actually said, of course, Wendy knows Danny's schedule and they share boys. Yes, she's the only one that could have told the others. Yeah, I mean, that's a real strong indicator right there. Maybe Tim takes a stance so he can get booked on shows. I don't know. I'm just saying, like I say, I don't know what his motive is and whatnot. It just looks very bizarre. And it's like I say, he's got to come forward and say who these inside leaks are, because it looks totally like it's from defense attorneys. Yeah, it's kind of like, are you serious, bro? They don't have enough for Wendy? Yeah, it's like, wow. I'm like so far behind. I keep on thinking I'm going the wrong direction here on questions. Or we're going on 11 o'clock. Oh, we still got a lot of questions here. What was Wendy's immunity? I've already talked about that. Jim Jansen was tossing out tons of ideas and opinions as facts. I mean, it's just like, he's not talking about the granular details and reasonable deductions and conclusions from that. More comments about Tim and Wendy. Yeah, you like they don't give just defense strategies to myself. Please don't give any to Adelson any free legal advice. Let them rely on Tim Jansen. LOL. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to defend. Like I said it on Charlie, it's just complete rubbish. Okay, Judy's going to watch and replay. Okay, Judy, I know it's late. Maybe I'll start a little bit early. I'm trying to find a have these. I didn't think I'd be going 2 hours here, but you guys got a lot of good questions. Yeah, Wendy cleaning her bedroom. Lauren Wright says that. Do you see that Jeff said she was cleaning her childhood bedroom? Yeah, I mean, that's all that shows pre-planning and pre-planners, stuff like that. They slip up and don't think stuff come out to the nab. Yep, fleeing is a clincher. Pretty much any evidence that they got is just magnified by the fleeing the scene of Miami there, trying to avert justice. Sorry you didn't get it, hey Mona. If you want to look back over again, please give a comment. I already talked about the crash car real quickly. It's a non-issue. It's not an issue that prevents prosecution of Wendy, from what I've seen in any courts. Okay. So Cliff Frankenberger, the tension between Tim and Carl has been developing for a while. Funny how people have such a mob mentality. I'm here to stick up for Tim. I respect Carl's opinion, but Tim, I think, is a great guy. I'm not saying he's not a great guy, but who's he, why is he going to the umpteenth degree to defend Wendy? You don't find that odd, Cliff? And Cliff is somebody that I'll say, um, you say respect my opinion, but you're always on. You're another person that is like Tim because you're constantly always defending Wendy. It's like you're fixated with Wendy. So I don't. That's all I'm going to say, Cliff. I don't. It's like you're paid to defend Wendy. It seems like, and I know as much as defense is focused on chat. Who's to say you're not anyway. I'm not going to go there. But I just find it very the amount of effort you spend trying to like talk about Wendy, how she's not guilty and stuff like that, is it just belies common sense. And so I don't know what you're about, but that's your opinion. I just think it's very strange. Yeah, the amount of money paid on attorneys. So Adelson's could have bought a house in Tallahassee, a helicopter, and their own landing pad. Yeah, I mean, think about the money that burned through. Um, Yeah, think about that comment about also the TV. When you listen about um, the TV issue with that Jeff Lacoste talked about, how they had a cracked small TV, it wasn't a big expensive TV, and how Wendy forced them to have to watch that to even their own little kids who were complaining about it. That's the kind of signature piece of evidence that jurors will just get it, and they well, you know what? She was in on it. She was planning it. That one, and then you combine it with all these other indicators. That wasn't even on my list about the fact that they have the issue of having to watch a broken TV. So that's got to be added to my list still. So I mean, it's just overwhelming. No way is if when he's prosecuted, is she not gonna get prosecuted and convicted? Yeah, I mean, the time factor is just so long of a time frame. It's like the I think the urgency of it now, evidence is going to get better over time. The sooner you charge others, the better off you are. But what a great move for prosecuting Donna. Um, there's so many comments. I'm not going to be able to get to them, and I think we were looking at 2 hours. So what I'll do, thanks Michelle for a super chat. When the PD picked up Wendy at the restaurant, did she ever ask why? That's what I'm saying. She didn't freak out. You would have freaked out. You would have not gotten in the car as attorney. You said, heck no, I'm going to see my kids. What's going on at the house? You're not telling me. You're acting weird. And Jack Campbell said we also have evidence we had not seen. So yeah, I mean, there's more stuff there. I mean, look at how much more that they brought out that we hadn't heard before. It's Hiawassee Springs. There you go. Okay, thank you. That sounds right. Have you ever dealt with a bigger liar in court? I mean, gosh, that was just atrocious. Or the testimony of Wendy. It keeps getting worse because they keep on going into more details, and she keeps getting deeper and deeper in her hole of lies. Yeah, we'll get the update list. Yeah, Kitty Cool Lady giving great props to Carl. That was sweet of you. I mean, that's she's a great person, and she's another person that's flown onto the scene here and done such great things and helped out with Markel. So that's awesome. Yeah, well, see, Tim does seem like one of the few attorneys. Well, he had the other attorneys in the room, in the chat room, believing him that there's not evidence against Wendy, and these other attorneys have said there was before. So it's just really bizarre. Okay, yeah, that's a good question, Elizabeth. Tim said there's no overt act linking Wendy to the murder, but my understanding is if you're part of a conspiracy, any member performs an overt act, it is considered an overact by all. In fact, that came up tonight as a question, and Dave Ehrenberg corrected him on that. So here you had the former state attorney down in Miami correcting Tim on the law. There he was caught misleading, stating a misstatement of the law in Florida to defend Wendy. So why would he do that? Tim doesn't know the law. I mean, what's up with that? So he got corrected by a state attorney on the law. That's just again, not talking law, there's correct law on what's applicable to Wendy. Why is that, Tim? Thanks, Shalom Jay. Tim has to be paid by the Adelsons. He makes a point to talk about Wendy and her unlikely arrest at every opportunity. He also lied about Luis getting out in 3 years. Okay, I don't know what the stuff about Luis getting out in 3 years is, but, and I don't know if Tim has a memory problem or something like that, but I just have an ear and it's automatically, I pick up what he said, and I think he's, I'm always looking at agendas and figuring out what agendas are when people are changing their stories so much. And so I don't know, there's something like I say, red flags keep going off when I hear him talk. So what I think we'll do here, there's a lot of people from different time zones. So what I think I'm going to do here is what we did the other night was I was up till 2:30 in the morning seeing different chats. And so if you guys want to still keep chatting, because you're in so many different time zones, I'll go ahead and let you guys do that. Ben, are you okay with that? Can you keep this thing rolling?
Yes.
Till morning?
Yep.
So I'm just seeing if there's any, God, there's so many comments here. I apologize. There's so many comments. I can't get to them all, but yeah, surprised at all the emails that there were. Yeah, they had some good emails. I lived on STS when you schooled them. Well, I just called them out. I said, Tim, really, you tell us that your insider stuff about Katie, when it came out that Katie was going to be brought back to testify, I said something about Tim's like, really, you're telling us that you're getting information from the state attorney's office that now contradicts what your insiders was telling you. So who would have told them that Katie isn't going to testify? And think about it, as a defense attorney, let me just say this. If I'm defending a co-conspirator, I never, ever want to have another co-conspirator get on the witness stand at all. I don't care how many times I've lied. I don't care how much damage I've done to inflict incriminating evidence and that this complete, absolute disaster of a credible witness like Katie made of herself. There's always a risk that there's going to be something that comes out of a unique signature piece of evidence like the moldy money that just strikes a dagger through the heart of your defense, what you're trying to present. So if defense didn't want her to testify, of course they're going to trash her and say they don't want to call her. That's the narrative that they want to go to the defense, to the prosecution's office, right? Nobody in their right mind would prosecute a case and have somebody with Katie's level of baggage of lies on her. But if she's got something, that is credible, that is unique, a signature piece of evidence, she's got some kind of receipts or some kind of concrete indicator, which in this case she really didn't. But I thought the prosecution made the right move because you know what? Just embrace whatever weaknesses you got for characters. And I thought Georgia made an excellent summation of how you don't have to believe everything about Katie. You don't have to like her. All you have to do is believe how a couple pieces of information she shared were really relevant. They're not something she would be able to make up if it wasn't real. She said something along those lines, and I thought that was a brilliant way to get across that you don't have to like her, believe her, anything she says, but some of those unique signature pieces were there. And you can just see one of the best things about it, I thought, for Katie was that you could see that she's not the kind of person that can manipulate Charlie, right? Charlie's the one that would have manipulated her. Now, granted, she was manipulating him to also, it was like a mutual use kind of thing, but Charlie wore the pants in that relationship. And I really think that over time, if she kept on demanding things like boats and money and stuff like that, I think Charlie would have had her whacked as well. So she probably only had a couple of years. I think he would have killed her because he's not going to be extorted for the rest of his life because she owes him. So that's why I thought the risk was that Katie was so naive. She didn't realize what she's setting herself up for making these ongoing demands. Granted, they weren't like she hadn't gotten a boat yet and whatnot, but if she started asking for boats and newer cars and all that kind of stuff, yeah, Charlie would have done it for a little while, strung her along, and then after a few years, he probably would have had her taken out. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. It's we've gone over 2 hours now, and appreciate all your comments and support of the Justice for Markel's. And we'll be back to talk more about the case. I don't know exactly when we'll be back, but we'll give an announcements for that. And if you do have some questions that I find here, that I'll maybe jot them down and maybe use them for next live. So I think lives are a good way to help people get their own viewpoints and whatnot out there, and a chance to help support the Markels is always a good thing as well. Funniest thing I've heard lately, Charlie would have had her whacked. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he's not going to be extorted for life by something that, you know, he's already paid her that much money. And think about it also, who pays that much money for a hit? These aren't professional hitmen that can leave no traces. These are just rank amateur, bumbling, wet bandit type of knuckleheads that he used, and yet he paid that high amount of dollars. So anyway, thank you for your support, and thank you for Ben, all your great job here. This wouldn't be possible without Ben and also Johnny. So thank you, Chief of Everything. You guys have done great. And anyway, I'm signing off now, so we'll leave you on to chat for those of you that have the. So go ahead, sign me off there, Ben. Thank you.